Okay. So this is Dream Merchant by Totomori. And I thought it was interesting just because it's called an imaginary game soundtrack. So I think the creator of the music, envisioned a game and then just made the music for it. But actually, hi, welcome back. But now that I've talked, I realize I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a minute. Okay, now I'm back. So without further ado, I bring you grass. Because I was dissatisfied with how slow the grass was rendering, so I was thinking about how to improve it. Oh, thank you, Godot. That's a bug I need to fix. But okay, so what's the frame rate with the streaming? 9 milliseconds? Okay, that's not that bad. Especially since, yeah, so that's not a huge downgrade. But yeah, I've been experimenting with, like, different sizes of, like, I don't think I've actually showed off the grass yet. But basically, the grass is split into chunks. And for example, in this one, all of the chunks are just 4x4 meter squares. And these are automatically divvied up when I do my, thing. Because I basically just had a gigantic, Let's go down a little bit more. So let's do, like, 5. And we'll do, like, 50. Basically, the way this works, as you might imagine, I can erase grass, and then I can click grass. For some reason, erasing is not, like, consistent. It doesn't seem like a... Like, it's not a huge issue, but it's just weird the code doesn't do the thing that I said it would do. Or what I told it to do. Because I just said, you know, get the instances within a radius and then delete them. And it only gets, like 2/3 of them, which is such a weird issue. I wonder if it's something to do with, like... Well, I guess we can also see some of the, like, recently erased stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it works. But I also found that the 4x4 boxes are the most efficient. I thought it'd be 16x16. But then I tried other things, like I went all the way up to 256x256, which is just one giant multi-mesh. But I think I've gotten kind of... I think it depends on the environment, and like density of grass, but this is the fastest for this scenario, of like really dense fields. Which is strange. But yeah, and then I realized a big killer for performance is discarding. So like if I just do... So like some of them go like 11 milliseconds, 12 milliseconds. If I do this... Hang on. Take your time, Godot. Oh yeah, it has to save all of the multi-meshes. Like, each one of these has 150,000 instances, so... So you can see, now it looks terrible, but I could make it look good like this. And the big reason that I realized is, this makes the grass just locked at 144 FPS. Like, if I remove the discards, it's just like rendering as fast as can be. Though I guess with streaming it takes an extra millisecond or so. So now we're rendering 150,000 little instances of grass. A whole field of them. Though now you can see some obvious things, like the fact that the instances disappear when we're far enough away. Yeah. Because I think, from what I understand, basically, the GPU can determine if chunks are, or if, like, vertices are visible if they're behind a, like, face that does not use discards. But if it uses discards, then it has to go through the whole rigmarole of actually, like, you know, running the pixel shader and then checking each of them. So it adds, like, 5 milliseconds to the render time. Or at least I saw it adding 5 milliseconds. Now it seems to be adding less than that. But maybe that's also just... There's some complicated relationship between the streaming and the actual, like, grass stuff. But for now, I'm not going to bother with it. We'll just keep the discard, because I imagine what I'm going to do eventually is I'll have, like, really dense, like, filler grass, and then I'll have, like, hero grass like this, Herobrine, where, it's actually using the discards for more detail. And I'll use that for, like, leaves and things. But then for, like, some simple grass, I'll do, like, little tiny, like a couple quads to represent a bunch of blades. Let's see, making a game where you can only slice a sphere around you, and the rest isn't rendered. You discard a lot and haven't tested which... Yeah, it'd be interesting. But there are... I think it is just the reality of, like, it's very difficult to, like, get this level of detail, for example, without discards, so it might be cheaper than, like, trying to make it out of polygons. Because, like, look at all these pretty shadows. But anyway, enough of that. Let's go back to the farms. What I'll do for now is I'll probably just thin out the grass in here. And probably make this area a bit smaller. Because, yeah, I was playing around with this field as well. And let's also go back to the world. Make this the main scene. So yeah, goodbye to all this grass. Because I'm going to change the... I'm going to take my learnings here. I'm going to make this 8 by 8, and then I'm just going to put less grass. Because there is also a pretty... at least for now, there's a pretty significant limit on just the amount of grass I can have in the area. So let's go... How much grass do I want? What does 20,000 blades of grass look like in here? I know I said low, but this is, I guess, relatively low. Oh, did that... Oh, okay. It was so fast that I was like, oh, did that, like, do anything? For some reason, placing 150,000 is, like, 70 times slower. Yeah, now let's just go through some of these other areas. Actually, how many grass did we put? 18,000. Do I plan to make something MAM3? I don't know what MAM3 means. Yeah, I do need to put, like, the, materials back on. I have a grass material for, I think that'd probably be our next step here right now. Of basically bringing back the grass textures, bringing back little details that can sort of augment our grass meadow type stuff. And also let's thin out around this edge so it's less obvious that I just, like, took a thing. But I do like grass on the outside of the wall to imply, like, the shade and the water being collected here provide an environment for the grass. But it should be more irregular. But okay, I think the main thing to really get this looking how I want it to look is, what is it exactly? Yeah, I guess it is just starting with the textures, and that will involve, bringing in the world. Also, let's bring back this path. Yeah, there's something wrong with my grass erasing. Erasing has always been fiddly because what it does is it doesn't like delete the instance. It swaps it for the very last one and then reduces the number of visible instances. So that way it's super fast and I don't have to like reconstruct the entire buffer, which is actually what I do for adding them. No, actually, I mean, it's fast enough that it's not really an issue, but oh well. Okay, so now we have it back. It's not going to be nearly as detailed, but it's probably going to be a lot more actually runnable. And then we also have the benefit of, once I get in like a detailed grass texture, it should feel less like a big plane that has blades of grass sticking out of it. Yeah. So what's our performance at now? 10 milliseconds. I mean, while streaming, I guess it's fine. Oh, that's not fine. Oh yeah, another thing I did was I made it so that this entire area down here doesn't show up. Well, it's not supposed to show up until it's visible. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to work. I don't understand why that's happening. So like the necropolis should be hang on. Oh wait, no, it's because I changed. Right, I forgot to actually make it work. Because necropolis environment has properties. Oh, it doesn't even have the thing. Let's call this I guess let's start with this, because this is unfinished business. Basically, I was going to make it so the environment can remove nodes from the area. And I'm just going to do that by having like a necro environment group. And then all of these... Oh, necro viz. How do we manage groups? Wasn't there a way... There used to be like a really nice UI that I hated for managing groups. I think they just removed it. So now I can't do it anymore. Because what I want... Nah, I'll just call it necroviz. If I really want to change it, I can just do text replace on the scene file and swap necroviz with necroenv. And I'm also going to call this... Should this itself be called necropolis? I guess this is fine. But okay. Basically what this is going to do, it needs a new function called enable. Transforms node parent. So basically when we disable this thing, we're going to do for each object in this group, items. Let's do item C, actually. Let's do a dictionary of nodes to dictionaries. Item C equals transform C transform parent C dot get parent. Did I need anything else? Not really. Yeah, we just need this. So that way we can reinsert the node. And then we'll have, when we enter the environment, we don't need to do this. OnBody entered if for n in, what is it called actually? Items. N and then n dot transform equals, oh wait, no. var p equals extracted n. There we go. So now, basically, it should remove these, and it should not, like, mess up, hopefully. This does mean that there's some awkwardness where, like, things are loaded in for one frame, and then they're removed from the scene. But okay. Hopefully that means that if I go this way, there should be nothing down here until we get closer, and then there's stuff here. It should not be visible still. What's the issue happening here? So this is still wrong. Godot is simply wrong about this. That's not our thing, though. We need to do disabled. I should have loaded. Oh, well, whatever. Teleport back to Crab Hill entry. We're already hiding? This doesn't seem right. Oh, wait. No. This isn't correct. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it is correct. We need to be in here. Okay, so there should be... Okay, there we go. So we got plenty of these. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, these should all be... Oh, but we're not doing... We should be doing c.getParent, remove child. I forgot the most important part, which is to actually remove them from the scene before they're there. And actually, what I can do... When we enter the tree, can I remove its children before they're, like, ready? I wonder. Teleport to Crab Hill entry. Okay, so this is still failed. It was supposed to remove them from the tree. It did not. Remove child.call deferred child instead. Okay. I didn't realize you could use call deferred as on the method itself. That's handy. Okay. So I think what I probably have to do is maybe just not bother with deferred here, and I don't care. Oh wait, no. Actually, I do care. Because this... That should still be remove child. Instead, what we'll do is we will disable.call deferred. But we will hide it. Let's see, I'll move this. Takes a while for it to... There we go. Okay. Then we save. And then... Okay, there we go. Now it works. So now it runs for a whole frame before the actual chunk is like there. So does that mean when a chunk is loaded, don't we have a thing with like the active chunks? So like enter tree, call deferred, preview world. No, that's not what we need. No, none of this is what we need, I think. If we have active, set active. Eventually I need to figure out if there's something I need to do to make sure the active entities load separately. But okay, now we actually should be having better performance in here just because we're not going to be having this area have all of its active stuff. And then when we come into here, so about here, it should start like loading in the active scenes. Pretty dark in here. And then we come down into here. And eventually it'll properly tween from one project or like set of properties to the other. But we can see that did not happen very slowly. So it should be fine like this. And then eventually I'll have... Man, I need to do the wires properly. But okay. For now, that'll be okay. Let's just call that git add areas, chunks. Wait, where's the code that actually fixed this thing? Oh, it was the environment override. Hang on, I'm going to move my microphone yet again. Okay. Commit fixed necropolis hiding. And then add the rest of this. Actually, how big is this file? Because if it's 600,000 transforms... 69 megabytes. Okay, so we should probably not save that file. I mean, it's literally just a field with grass, so I can just not have it here. Oh wait, hopefully... Oh yeah, it does its thing. And that's actually going to be now a big concern, is how large are these scenes going to get? But okay, we can ignore that. And here, we'll say the grass is fine enough for now. There's only, what, several tens of thousands of grass blades in here? 20, like 5,000 or whatever. Hopefully not, like, megabytes and megabytes of them. But there will be. But okay. So yeah, I think the next step is to just remake the grass texture and then apply it here. I think Krita is what we'll need. Because what I'm going to look at is grass. Short grass. Goats grazing. We need some fields. What do the fields look like in our neck of the woods? Mm-hmm. I mean, multiply 70 megabytes by however many chunks there'll be, like 150 chunks. My goodness. Call of Duty has its run, or is going to get a run for its money with how many hard drives I'll have to fill up. In fact, now I'm thinking about it, all of these have been committed to Git. Every variation of the grass that I've saved to Git, I don't even know how big this file is. And you know what? I'm not even going to bother finding out because I don't care very much. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to my to-do list. Boxer. Okay. Okay, I get what you mean. I think it's Turkey. Let's look at that. Because it seems like the movie is going to be taking precedence. Yeah, this does seem like the right area. We're going to have... It'll be tricky because I want to get a close-up on plain old grass. Oh, wait. Let's view this file. Oh. It's about as high-res as it gets. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm thinking rocks. Rocks are good. We can also have grass swooping over, dried grass. I like these little guys. These little polyp things. Let's look at like native grass of, all right. Because I want the least interesting species of grass. Though I want pictures too. So let's also look up grass of Turkey. So we could have some tall grass. And this game takes place in the spring now, so it should be pretty green. Well, not that green. Let's bring in our assets, materials. Where's sand? I don't think it's in here. Maybe it's in here. I put it in a confusing way. Almost. Yeah, I think I only have the PNG for this grass. So let's go to that. Material, environment, stone is where I put this. Even though it's not stone, it's sand. But alright. We will have our new house built on the sand. Environment. Because I'm going to call this one terrain. We're going to go real fancy. That could be neat. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, let's call this grass flat 1. So we will basically build on this. And I also think What if we did a multiply here, and then we make this very light? So basically, like, the grass, by default, will be shading this beautiful thing. Actually, let's look up steppe grass. Similar things. I think this grass might be coming in. Some little flowers would be nice. Let's also look up... Yeah, I'm thinking... short grass. Because the problem is, if you Google short grass, you get long grass. Because the long grass is more interesting. Let's look at another olive orchard. In, like, Turkmenistan. Yeah. And how am I going to make the grass less repetitive? I might have to do one of those fancy highfalutin, like, UV randomizer things that they do. Yeah, because this place is quite dry. Oh, let's see. Let's start with some simple green. It seems like Krita is broken. Hang on. Let's double check to make sure the pressure sensitivity works. Oh wait, no, it's because I'm in the dumb tablet mode. You can see the little index thing instead of just my regular pointer. Well, no. Paint works. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, perlin noise on the UVs sounds like a good idea. Or masking it. Yeah. Man, like a low pass on the colors. Or like some sort of low level of noise. Yeah, it loves to, like, do this, and then I can't use it as a tablet. Yeah, like... Hang on. My brain is thinking, how do I fix this? Without just restarting my entire computer. Bamboo can't even find the tablet. Or Wacom. Tablet is not responding. Press restart. Or press OK to restart the driver. It's kind of incredible that, like, Paint.net works with it, but Krita does not. Okay, so this seems to work. Let's see. And I'll lower the music a bit. I only have like too quiet and too loud as my two options. But okay. And good, now tablet mode is not on, so that means that it worked. Alright. Now it works. That also looks not very good. Admittedly, the brushes in Krita are kind of bad. But admittedly, I'm also not using a particularly good, like, color, because I'm just splotching on, like, green. But okay, I'm imagining, like, having a relatively noisy color, or like, what am I trying to do exactly? I'm actually not sure what I want, really. That makes sense. Yeah, having like a larger texture that like is looping over the environment. Okay, I need to go back to here. We need to go back to grass school. Yeah. So I think what I'd like... Oh. Well, can I like see the photo? Is it possible to see the photo up closer than like... Okay, there we go. I mean, it's not... They're really not making much use of the resolution here. Ah, well. So this is in Greece, it seems. So what I imagine doing is... Actually, what if I just have the grass as a, like, transparent texture that I can layer on top? Yeah, let's lower the saturation of this a bit. That's probably a little too much. And then lighten it up a little bit. Yeah, because now I'm trying to think, what do I want here? How can I, like, approximate grass without doing too much work? Yeah, a bit more yellowish colors would be good. Probably not this... Well, actually... I think I need to figure out, like, good textures. This is not gonna be right. Something weird is with this. Yeah, also I wanted this to be a bit brighter. I should have kept that sand texture as reference, in fact. Let's see, Perlin, second for reddish. Mixing them, you can achieve non-repeatable mixtures of green or yellow. That'd be a good idea. Have different textures that are aligned at different rates, and then you can have those working together. See, I'm also going to put little flowers. Let's try a little whitish color. Actually, maybe I should do that as a separate thing. Because, yeah, the main thing is going to be making sure this looping is not too obvious. So I guess I should probably just start with that. Of just, like, even if I don't bother with making a really good solution for the texture looping, I should just draw the texture such that it's not super obvious. So what is our green? What is our canvas going to be? I think this yellowish color. Well, yeah. Let's do a bit of an almost orange brown. I guess the main issue that I'll encounter is that textures look good, or grass looks good when there's like a variety of values, but it's hard to do that when you're just repeating the same texture. Yeah, I think I'll just have to make like like you said, a map of like textures. And then sample and then change it. Let's make a bed of darker grass, or darker green, all throughout this. And then we'll have our lighter colors on top. Actually, this should be a bit more blue. So I'm imagining this do like this. Actually, I should have done a mid-tone in here. Let's make a palette. And I like this green as like our base. Well, maybe a bit more yellow. So these three are now my palette. So I'd build up from the darkest. In fact, let's just make this a bit bigger so that way I can do less work. Is this actually as... Oh, this isn't even as dark as I... There we go. Now I have the dark color. And then what I can do soon is have some sort of random noise. Now that I think about it, what if I make a mask and then I can use the alpha blend? That'd be interesting, but I'll do that soon. Right now, I'm going to put a layer of this texture on top of our darker colors, and then at long last we will put a layer of this texture on top of that. Hide this. Yeah, because we need a bit more darker colors, mid-tones, and then the bright tones. Okay, this is vaguely approximating grass. I think the main thing will be to make sure it doesn't repeat too obviously by just kind of slapping more mid-tone into here and then high tones into here. And then doing a similar thing here, basically, of like, basically don't make it too obvious. Where it loops. I don't care for this area in particular. This whole area just seems slightly darker, but I'll leave it for now, because what I'm going to do now is my classic. Other noise? Multiply this bad boy. Now there's just a little bit of extra grain. And then we can eventually have extra details on top of this, like little flowers and things like that. But what I'll do right now is, let's go back to, what are we going to go back to? Environment? Oh wait, no. We're going to escape the assets folder. Going to go to material, environment, terrain, grass flat 1 JPEG. And then for the real power, I need to test how this texture will look. Actually, how do I want it to look? So if we just go to terrain, and if we just put in this ground, like this grass flat 1. So I think this goes into terrain now. Sand. So like, I think mud, rock, sand, I think these should all go into the terrain material slot. Probably also, leave the rest. Actually, why are my... There's a lot of stuff in here, hang on. This should all be in terrain. But okay, I forgot what I was actually going to do, which is grass, flat. Put this in here. Put this in here to just see what it looks like. I could do with less saturation, actually. Well, actually, it looks so different. But yeah, let's just add, like, maybe a luminance. Actually, I painted the whole thing, so we can just do filter, adjust, like, hue saturation value. So we'll just turn down the saturation a little bit, boost up the lightness a little bit. It feels weirdly blue. Let's just add like an overlay of just like yellow. No, that's not quite what I need. Oh wait, no. Not quite either. Well, what if we turn this down? What does this do now? What if we did like a golden yellow? And then turn this off. Oh wait, no. I think it's something to do with the grass material now. Because I think it's because I do something weird with the colors here. I think it used to be this. But I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, I'll keep it as 1.2. Yeah, the grass is it's much bluer. I think it must be the ambient light. Well, actually, I'm not sure why it's so blue. But yeah, it does seem like this much more texture is going to be better, because my original grass was very flat. It was like the sand, basically. Yeah, get out of here. We need to go back to Crab Hill Farms. Oh. Get nodes in group on a null value. If, let's just say, if not is inside tree, return. Oh yeah, all the grass is here. Yeah, it's way more green than I'm expecting. Like, it feels like... I mean, let's turn the saturation down as well. Let's have like a saturation filter here. And we'll just fill it with nothing, or fill it with complete blackness. And then tune this as we see fit. Yeah, I'm very confused as to why it looks so different than it does in Krita. So I'll just make it like very yellow. I keep seeing this image when I alt tab and I'm like, oh, it looks pretty good now. But why is it so blue? Did I turn up the saturation somehow in my terrain shader? Actually, what do I do with the color? Do I correct the colors properly? Maybe that's what I'm not doing. So what if I remove this correction here? I don't know what that did. That makes it lighter, which, I mean, kind of good. Yeah, let's fucking, like, get orange in here. Just get, like, a burnt orange color. Because, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with this grass. Eh. That's about the right color. I think what I need to do now is I need to go through my, my grass color. And I need to figure out what I actually want this little under color to be. Or, actually, I could just remove the custom color. So if we just remove that. I mean, that's not quite what I need, but I need, like if we remove this as well. And then just do text.rgb. So if we just sample the texture without doing that, I mean, I kind of like that. Actually, what if we did correct this? And then we'd have to do like include correction. And then basically we can just have like, I like the grass without the correction actually. Or, yeah, I prefer it this way. But yeah, eventually I'll have to probably do something better for this texture here. Because yeah, we can have it sort of mint green like this for now. I don't know why they're all so blue. I guess it must be because the ambient light. The sky is blue. So it's making everything blue. And I've designed them not accounting for that. Actually, I just realized I can just do... Hang on. If we go here, if we go to correction, what if I make things have a lower blue value? And so what if we make this? What if we just change the blue channel here to be like 2 or something? Oh, that doesn't quite, that's not quite what we want. Interesting. I don't think this is going to be the right answer because this will really fuck up the sky at like the evening. Especially since like now the player will look different and stuff like that. But I'm just kind of curious what this is going to look like. Oh, right, we're still down here. I mean, I don't see much difference on the player. The green is a bit too crazy green. Well, I don't know. I think now the grass texture itself is too minty. And also you can see how some of the grass meshes are like sideways, but eventually I'll figure that out. I think the answer would be to just have them all vertical and ignore the normals, because yeah, right now I don't place them quite right. You can see that they're like at a weird angle. But it looks oh, excuse me, it looks painterly. Yeah, it's not quite the right color. It needs to be lighter now. Or the grass needs to be darker. Let's do that instead, because that seems like a better idea. So our beautiful grass. This grass needs to be all darker, more green, I think. So if we just put like a overlay, multiply. How do we make it so that the... good point. I could use Street View. I just didn't think of it. Let's see, so what does this do? Let's try this. Not quite what I'm going for there. We need much darker green. Feels like it's not changing too much. It's making it a lot more saturated, though. What could we do? Oh, wait. What if we did multiply now? And we just make it darker. Okay, I kind of like this. Well... No, I'm debating now. What color do I want the grass to actually be? Because what color do I want this to be? Relative to, like, the terrain. Do I want dark green here? I think I want lighter green, actually. And also, even though I did this, I don't trust that this is gonna... I feel like this is gonna have too many consequences for us. I think I have to settle for the, like, bluish green color. Well, actually, now I kind of like this color. Okay. Yeah, let's call that good. Let's go back to sand, because now what we're going to do is we're going to put that in the green channel. Yeah. Oh, wait, wrong place. We need to go to the world. Solid. Let's do attribute. And then also chunks. So which one do we need? Actually, I have a great idea before I do too much stuff. I can delete chunks. So none of the chunks that begin with the word chunk are actually used anywhere anymore. So let's just go through all of those. Boom. And we don't need these. Okay. Oh. Mm-hmm. We don't use these anymore. And then also new grass. Actually, how much space do I have left on this thing? Oh yeah, 4 gigabytes. Yeah, eventually I need to figure that out. And also I'm running out of space on my other drive as well. This one thankfully still has some space, but out of 8 terabytes, it's not doing so hot. So I just need to get a new drive soon. Pack up my bags. Oh wait, I don't need to... Oh well. Yeah, that could be pretty cool. Yeah, feel free to send street views of whatever you want. Yeah, let's see. I want, oh yeah, crab. Oh yeah, this is also one that's not, like, here. Or it's not a valid one. What? Oh, I see. Assets, environment, chunks, Crab Hill Farm, singular, is bad. Interesting. Let's see this view. Oh wait, yeah. Ah, this is a good one. Rocks. That's what we need. Let's make a little mood board here as well. Oh wait, I can just do Shift Control N. And then we have some beautiful grass. Let's do height of like 2000. Oh, wait, no. There we go. That makes sense. So this is sort of colder time of year, getting close to winter. Probably. Or it's just a particularly dry area. But yeah, I'm missing the little rocks. That'd be good. And little variations. Because there's a little, almost twigs that you get from, like, thicker plants. But okay. Now we go to farms, we go to collection, we go to the collection. And we're going to have this. Farms. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Because yeah, I do envision a lot of rocks, but I don't think of it in the small as well. For textures and things. Oh yeah, we need this to be copy transforms of the chunk. Okay. Now, what I can do is I can vertex paint. And let's do just green. Actually, where do I make the blend additive? They change things so frequently here. Is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Add it. So I think just this whole area. How do I make... I want the wireframe a bit more visible. I'm also gonna figure out where are the like vertices here. I think the issue is gonna be the fact that there's so much let's see. Like you can see a lot of these places there's just huge. Let's see. What would I do? Oh wait, I can just go to edit mode. So like what I want, I know what I want. This actually lines up pretty close. Go back to vertex paint. Go to blue, mix, put that down to 0 again. I think this here as well. So that way we have some splotches of green. Actually, let's make this a little less. Let's see what that does. So if I put that like here, and we just have some subtle bits of green all around here. Because this will all eventually be grassy. Very slow when we edit this. Because yeah, I'm still considering if I want to do a height map as well instead of this mesh-based editing. But well, honestly, it's probably just too late. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll do that for variations in the grass, because right now I'm just painting on where the grass is. Where I need more specific control. Because I'm imagining for the color variations, I could have, like, multiple tiling textures that don't tile, like, at an even multiple. And so then you could have, like, a lot of color variation throughout the grass. Yeah, let's see this in action. And hopefully it doesn't export the reference. So I don't see it here, but that's also because we need to go to the world. I thought it would do the thing that it's supposed to do. Does the terrain no longer do that? Because there should be... No, there's color.g here. What if we just, what if we just did albedo equals color? I see. It doesn't seem like it's changed. So what does that mean? So if maybe I have to re-import this? Maybe this thing doesn't export again? No, it does. Oh, did I not rename it? Hang on, what does this depend on? Because I'm realizing I think this is in the wrong place. So let's go back, let's go to world. So like properties here. Terrain test GLB was automatically imported. Okay, so we are editing GLB environment test terrain test. Okay. Okay, now we see it. We also see these materials have like all been invalidated for some reason, which I don't know why. I didn't change anything here. Like, why are all these rocks? Oh, because the rocks changed. Okay. I think I see. I think I changed how these work, probably, presumably. I'll just assume I did. Why are all... No, this doesn't make any sense. Why are these all different? Take your time, Godot. I just want to put the thing. Okay, I'll do it this way, Godot. Does that satisfy you, Godot? Okay. Which brick material do I need here? I need some sort of, like, red. Yeah, this material. So what is this called? Does this have a name? Wall 1. Okay. Interesting. Thank you, Godot. Oh, wait, I just realized. It's, wait, no, it's not because of this. Okay, all of the materials just disappeared, so I'm just gonna not even bother with that. Just don't even bother. What we're gonna do... what is a deprint file? And what did we actually change here? So not inside tree, return. Let's add. And then let's get checkout just everything. Or get reset hard. I don't know what happened there. And then we just export this again. Oh, wait. Oh, I just removed the terrain. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. There we go. Okay. And then, let's just reset everything. Let's try this. Yeah, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's just see if the terrain still works. Or the, world. Okay, so this is now as it should be. For some reason, it just works. And now the obvious thing that we want is we want to blend this more. So let's go to our terrain. So I think the main thing that we want is we need two things. I think the random color variations are a very nice idea. And actually, I have a good idea. What if we just have one noise texture? And we just sample that a few times. Form sampler 2D noise. And then we can do like actually, I want it up with... Nah, I don't want it up. We'll just put it here. And then we can sample that at different scales. Float like a green blend scale equals like a uniform float, let's say like a grass blend scale, something like that. And what we'll do is we will multiply this by the I guess multiply it by the color G. Here we can just do like a sampler vec4 or like a float noise or like blend noise equals texture noise position.xz times uh, grass blend scale. Actually, this will be divided by grass blend scale. .r. And we will multiply blend noise. There we go. That kind of helps with this. And also, I think we need to actually not square root this. Okay, that feels a bit better. Except we should have this now. What if we did color G here times clamp blend noise times like 0.1? What if we did like 0.5? What exactly do I want here? I think that's about right. And then the main thing to do would be to change the specularity, or change this glass or grass blend to like 25 or something. Well, does that feel right? Or would I go lower? I think the big question would be, should I blend it by an even larger value? Or actually, should I like add it? What if we did minus? So we do color.g minus blend noise times 0.5, and then like 0 to 1. Yeah, I'd like to at some point. I'm going to figure out how I would actually do that. In fact, I should probably imagine that. So like every time I do position.xz, we should probably think about like what is that actually going to be in the final version. I'll just do like var float, or like a vec2 ground uv. So for now this is just going to be equal to position.xz. And that way I can remove this here. And eventually we can figure out what I want to do with this, because I can do some sort of fancy like well, actually, how would I do that? No, you wouldn't be able to just manipulate the UVs to get this. You'd have to sample multiple times at some points. Like, because I know the way that people do this sometimes is they'll make, like, Voronoi cells, and they'll just randomly, and they'll, like, blend between different sampling, like, rotations. But you can't do that with just one sample. You'd have to do multiple samples. Eventually I'll figure it out. Because if we go to the... What if we go to farms? This should hopefully not be super obvious. Because the goal is also that whenever there's the grass texture, there'll be the grass on top. Oh, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Also doesn't look very good. Doesn't blend very well. I think we'd need like a smooth step at a much lower scale or something. Yeah, because you can see it's a very like painted green look to it. What if we go to our terrain main? And we change this up again. Or we change it super small. What would we actually want here? I think this is a large enough scale that that it's not noticeable very much. But then, let's have this called wavy noise or something. Because then I want a kind of much more random noise. Oh wait, we have terrain filter here. Is that substantially better? Not really. See, I'm thinking, what would I want to do for better grass blending? Because, yeah, now I'm realizing the underlying problem that I wanted to solve was the fact that the grass is really obvious where it disappears. And that would be by just making the grass, or like the ground under it, the same color. But I failed on both counts right now, because... Wait, why is it now, like, very obvious? Like, why is it green? Or why is there... Like, where did my green go? Hang on. We need to close Godot. We need to, like, save things. Hang on. Export this thing. Oh, my grass is gone, and not the fun kind. But okay. Will we have grass in the game? And will the world actually, like, have the materials still? Because for some reason it broke every single material in the entire world, and I don't know why. Okay, now it's working. We can see the green. We come into here. We can see the green. These are all A-okay. UID duplicated detected between grass PNG and grass PNG. Oh, it's because... Right. Because I moved these ones and then... Okay. Thank you, Godot, though. So mud should not... Oh, wait. Mud 1 is what we need. Actually, though, we do need this in the terrain. Mud 1. Okay, so... That one. Sand 1. Rock. Striated. Snow. And then move this into terrain snow. And then terrain filter. Move it into here and then override it. Okay. Grass, plant, opaque, tree. Okay. These go into plants. There we are. Okay, let's see if the in-game universe is like green now. And if it is, I should just commit this whole mess and call it, like, resolved. Yeah, the repetition isn't super obvious, and admittedly it doesn't look super great because I'd like to have this obviously be like a path, like to have some sort of decal on top of it. But for now, it's about as good as I want to bother with. And it is very obvious where the grass is going to grow in. Oh, and also that tree is like hovering. I forgot about that. Let's just do our farms. I want to do... Oh, wait, no. There we go. Attribute. There we are. Look at how beautiful this world is. Oh, yeah. What I was going to check. One of these trees. How many trees are floating above the ground still? All of these trees. I think that particular brand of tree is prone to being above ground. Actually, we could just look down from here and see which trees are sticking up above the ground. Like, I'm suspecting this one, maybe this one, this one. Suspecting all of these of being above ground. And nothing hurts like moving them into the ground a little bit. Okay. That's probably fine. Oh, wait. We're not in the correct area, though. Oh, wait, we were. Never mind. Oh, okay, there we go. Also, does this, even do anything like this? Because I put a little bit of blue, or put a little bit of that green all over here. And it seems like it kind of doesn't do anything until I put, like, a much higher amount of it. Yeah. Because you can see, no greenery. Only a little bit of green here. And that was meant to be, like... Where's this area? So it's this specific area here. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't have enough green. Ah, well. Let's ignore that for now. What I really need to do now is start working on the, I guess, buildings. More rocks. We could do some small rocks. I did say I wanted to mix in a texture, or mix in some rocks into the texture, so we could kind of do that. You know, just have like a... environment terrain, or like a stone. No, let's go to the terrain. That does have this. And then we can have this. And then I envision sort of like some little rocks. Did I like, oh, I didn't get the thing. There we go. You know, so basically just like Put some rocks in here. Put some sand on top of them. And eventually, we can also have... Or eventually I'll just blend these in with the grass. And they'll just kind of have like a... Maybe like an ambient occlusion around them. Ooh. How fancy. I want a bit more than this. I want to do... Yeah. And soon they're going to be, I'd say, probably larger, or like, maybe more dynamic. What am I trying to say? More varied in their shapes. And I'll do that basically by just changing how the grass flows on top of them. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. Basically, I'm imagining like a very, like, straight, or striated, basically. In fact, we can get some of these striations in here a little bit. Then we'll just do this to doppel it in. And then basically to make it really blend in, instead of having the... whatever I was doing. Instead of making it look like they're sitting on top of the grass, we'll have them sitting within the grass. So it's like, aha. In fact, I should have done a... probably like this. We need it to be a little bit darker around the edges here. Yeah, because then we bring this in. I don't know if that really does what I want, but I'll pretend it does. Admittedly now, it's very... I probably made these a bit too regularly patterned. What if we just had just one rock right in here? We don't have this at all. Or we have like a very small... I think it's also because it's just a very similar shape to this one. So what if we make it more like this? I just realized I can grab these and move them around because they're literally like erased from this. So we could do like that. Though admittedly, I think, how would this feel? I think we just need more rocks. different colors, darker colors. What if we had more grayish rocks? More tannish rocks? You know, we get this color in here. And then we just... Actually... Get this a bit more like this. Oh. I want an almost black rock. Do here. And maybe another one here. Okay. And then, I guess for my next trick, I would figure out how I want to do little tufts of grass, how I want to do little flowers, little things like that. I think all of these are a little bit too regular, or too even in their coloring. So what if we take this, lock this, bring in just like different colors. And then we can like play with this as well, of like and then bring in like a darker color here to be like, to just sort of gently like shade in where the grass touches. We need the sand color again. We need at least a little bit of like sanity here. I think now it just kind of looks like nonsense. Yeah. It's retro. It's an art style. I mean, it does look like, in isolation, that looks like a texture. I think it's just it repeats too obviously for me. But I don't know exactly... Like, it's strange. This... It feels like this is the square that's repeating, but that's not at all what's repeating. But okay, what does that actually look like in action here? Is this even using the right texture? think this isn't. Yeah, it's using the other grass. Yeah, that makes the repetition a bit more obvious. You know, what if we just hide the rocks? Because I didn't realize that I was also using the wrong texture there. Yeah, because this one is a better color than the very flat one. Because this one, too flat, too blue. Yeah, this one has a bit more variation to it. In fact, now it's a bit too, like, detailed. Like, now we need to go back in with the... I'd say, like, this color. And we just kind of, like, go over some of these high-res details and, like... Or, like, these, like, broad details and just kind of, like, high-pass them out. Mm-hmm. Let's get some of this evened out. I think this should be brighter. This should be a little darker. So that way we can like do like really fine detail here of like basically just breaking up these big shapes. Actually, that's too saturated now. How does this feel? I don't think this feels substantially better. Nah, well. Oh, wait, no. We need to have all of our little things on here. That fucked it up. Well, how does it feel in game? Because, yeah, I'm thinking what I might do for rocks is actually just have multi-meshes. Yeah, this is fine. I won't sweat the small stuff. Because yeah, now we got a field of grass that vaguely looks like grass. It's not super distracting when it comes in. I mean, it is a little, because it's pretty obvious it's just a circle around the player. I'll fix that eventually, though. That's more of a shader thing. right now. Yeah, it helps to just like break up things and make them feel less like they're little things. It is crazy how high the grass is. It doesn't feel like it's up to the player's knees, but it is. And then I'm thinking pretty soon I'll make a thing to correct the grass orientation, because I don't want to replace it all the time, but basically right now you can see all the grass is kind of messed up, where there's like those like bluish streaks, which are kind of interesting, but they are just a bug. They're not intentional. It's something to do with how I did the normals on the ground. Because right now the grass does align with the normals, which makes sense. But okay. Let's say that is good enough. Let's make a new wall. Let's also save all this stuff. Grass and green. Right, let's also push that. Because I don't think I'll be back in... Well, I will actually. I'll be back to there pretty soon. Because I need to now get collections of walls. And figure out what I want to do for the wall models. Okay, so there's something weird with how Godot does, like, I don't know what these Deprn files are. Let's search that up in the project. So, like, what was it called? It was like material... Because there's the UID files now. Was it under environment? Deprn. Interesting. Hang on. Godot Deprn. Moving file referenced in resources generates.deprn file. The issue seems to be in resource format binary. It's reaching this section of resource format, rename dependencies. Okay, so there's just some sort of weird bug. So git rm I star.deprn. Wasn't there... I thought there was an interactive. Okay. And that apparently has no consequences. Because I think they're just copies of the materials. But okay, so I have not been blown away by the quality of my texturing here. But we gotta move on. Okay. So the things that we want, the things that I've looked at. Let's go back to paint, my old friend. Because I was looking at farms somewhere in here. I guess not recently enough. Where's the farm? Dock farm. There we go. So we don't need no plants. We don't need no stinky, smelly plants. I'm thinking... probably not this. Actually, we don't really have what I'm looking for here. I mean, I guess I could do a rock style, but I think it's more... I think this area is more ornate. I think we need just a simple old... what would I have for an orchard's walls? Yeah, because I envision, for some reason I always envision orchards surrounded by walls, but that doesn't actually make that much sense. Well, maybe it does. It's a stone wall. So what is the type of rock that I'm looking for here? It's mostly inspired by the American Southwest, so let's go to Arizona. Yeah. This is what I envision as, like, the walls that we have here. Or also, there's what is it? Stonewall Manitou Springs. Yes. These here. Then we can actually go to stone-like buildings. Because most of the buildings in this area are made from stone. And they're made from very thin... Not quite like this. I'm trying to see if I can find any good images. But just like your average buildings will be made of super thin stones piled on top of each other. Yeah. Because while the actual geography of the area is much more Middle East inspired, the specifically red terrain and red rocks were inspired by the American Southwest, and I guess the Rocky Mountains, since this is, like, right up in the Rockies. Yeah, let's look up stone walls. Let's look at ruins. Old ruins in these areas. Because actually this is a very similar design, which I guess makes sense. You just get flat rocks and you put them on top of each other until you make a wall. And actually I really like how irregular these older walls are, since they are just, like, ancient. So I'm thinking, what do I want for our stuff here? How long has this orchard existed? The tree presumably has been here for a very long time. And so people have assuredly been getting olives from it. Because we actually have this thing here. These old Sirdi bricks, which actually... Should I have the... Maybe I should have more of these around then. Yeah, because we can have these old barriers. In fact, let's go to Blender. We're going to go to the farms. Actually, no, we're going to make a new thing. We are going to append from the farms. What am I looking for? Environment, chunks. Grab Hill Farms, object, one of these old barriers. Let's get one of these. So I think this should be shape. Oh wait, Shift D is what I want. So if this be old barrier, I guess just that. Or like old barrier, flat. So I'll basically make this into its own little prop that just exists. And actually, do I want... I think I actually want this to have the shape. Because I think the way that Jolt physics works is it kind of adds implicit bevels to collisions. So I'll use this to generate the collision shape. And we'll see how this goes. Okay, so assets... Oh wait, no, we do need this. Assets, environment, stone, I think. And this will just be like ruin, small, barrier, 1. Okay, we need to go to project, GLB, chunks, no, environment, stone, ruin, small, barrier 1, remember export settings, placeholder materials. Okay. Now I'll need to like do a bunch of work now to rename these, but that'll be okay. Oh wait, no, we need to do chunk. So if we do chunk, oh wait, no, scene import chunk. So match kinematic, if match n shape and mesh n, remove shape, and then we can make a collision shape. Okay. Oh, and then we need to do return S. And this will be shape 3D. Okay. Oh, wait, no, collision shape. There we go. And what I'm doing here is we're just going to add a child. So what would this be? I think it'd be n.getParent.add child make collider n. So basically we add a sibling collision shape to this thing. So if we go to like ruin small barrier 1, this will have static body 3D. And its root name will be whatever it needs to be. Yeah. So what am I doing exactly? Oh yeah. Tools, scripts, scene import chunk. And this should now get our beautiful little guy. So if we then like new inherited scene. Oh, it didn't quite work. Invalid. Owner must be ancestor in the tree. I'm basically making... I want this shape to be the collision for this object. But I want this mesh to also exist, because eventually I'm going to have a visibility range for it. That does something different. That creates a static body and then a collision shape of the child. But I want to create just the static body. Well, actually, do I need to do that? I guess I don't need to do that, actually. So I'll keep this around because eventually I'll need it, but I'll just do... I actually don't need to do that right now. I can just do collision. Because, yeah, we don't need this here. We can change the type of this to just node 3D. And now we have whatever this is going to be. Entities, environment, stone. Ruin, small barrier 1. And then we need to change the visibility range on this. So like the beginning, what does this mean exactly? Starting distance from which geometry instance 3D will be visible. I think the end of this will be like 50 meters. Because what we'll do for this is like have 50 meters here. And then, okay, now it switches between the two. At 50 meters. And then it does the automatic LOD stuff. Admittedly, I don't know if this is strictly necessary. But okay. We now need this material. And we can come into here. We can add this to the hard group. Yep, it is. I can see it. Unless it's automatically generating LODs or something. I'm actually not sure, because it changes twice. Like here... Oh no, that's just the shadow changing. Yeah, because there's two meshes. I made it so one hides and then the other is shown at the same time. Actually, but now the issue is this does not base itself on... I'm actually debating now if this is a waste of time, because I just realized if it's purely based on distance, Godot's automatic LODs are going to be better. Will not add script. If Godot does it for me, I'm not going to add a script to do the same behavior that Godot does. Okay, I'm going to see if I can actually tell. Let's do item telescope. Yeah, we can see there. Swaps out for the simpler version, which is, I guess, good, except for the fact that now that means the I can't configure this in the options. But okay, let's also check the physics. Because I don't think I'll actually be able to tell very much. Yeah, okay. Well, let's test the real thing. So these are a similar thing. Well, admittedly, the player's a gigantic capsule anyway, so I can't really tell if this is, like, authentic, you know? What if we change the margins? So, like, we go to here, collision, no, I guess we do go to collision or something here. Isn't there a margin in here somewhere? Oh wait, no, it's in here. I think. Somewhere. Okay, it is here. I see, because this is in the inherited scene. I'll keep this as it is. Really what I'd want is to change this... Actually, can I just make this... I can just make this unique and then set this to 0.2 and then see how that feels. Because I think the way Jolt does it, it rounds the corners rather than adding to the surface. So that means it should be able to fake the effect of a bevel. And that means that my collisions are simpler. Admittedly, I basically can't tell. I can see, though, that we're, like, hovering off there. Where here, we gradually slide off. So ever so you know, we can't hover quite as far. But admittedly, I do think this is, I think having this is kind of a waste of time. Especially since actually I just realized this is not a convex collider. I just remembered that's why I wanted to have the other thing. Because this is supposed to make a convex shape. So actually, let's try that again. So we're going back to school. We're making a shape. We should do a bevel somewhere in here, or like a custom property, but I don't know how to do that and I don't want to bother. And so I can see invalid owner. Owner must be ancestor in the tree. Okay, so s.owner equals scene.root. Oh, I think what we need to do is we still need to do this in here. Like, we need to add the owner Thank you, Godot. Okay, go back to scripting school. So var s equals this. S dot owner equals scene root. Var s equals this. S dot owner equals scene root. There we go. And then what I can do is we can go back to ruin small. This, re-import it. Okay, so we have this. Oh, right, and now we need to change this to be a static body. There we go. And now it works even though it's warning me that it's not working. Actually, why is it warning me that it's not working? Because we're setting the owner. Owner must be an ancestor in the tree. There's something weird. I don't understand how owner works. So it must be an ancestor of this node when packing the owner node in a packed scene. All nodes it owns are also saved with it. See also unique name in owner. Note in the editor, nodes not owned by the scene root are usually not displayed in the scene doc and will not be saved. To prevent this, remember to set the owner after calling add child. Okay. Wait, is this thing not actually... Is this thing off center? I don't understand why it looks so different. Oh, I see. Its transform should be equal. So when we generate a shape... Hang on, where's that thing? Make collider. So here we actually need to do s.transform equals n.transform. And then we can re-import this. Because then it's rotated correctly. There we go. And now I have a workflow that kind of works for these. And now what I want is the ability to have a high res and low res. And so I think I'm going to do basically this. If match, actually what we can do is just if mesh n. We just have a whole bunch of these here. And high res, n dot visibility. Actually, let's just do like var m equals n as mesh instance 3D. And so that way we can go through here have this, have that. So m dot visibility range end equals, let's say like 50. If match m low res. Remove. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, yes. M low res. M dot visibility range begin equals 50. Thank you, Godot. Did I hear? Oh, I didn't realize there was a... Is it a power outage like countrywide for Spain and Portugal? So why does this script keep crashing the entire editor? Actually, how much of this crashed? How much work did I lose here? I think I lost a lot of work, actually. Great, thank you, Godot. Okay, close all tabs. Close other tabs. Have like one, like let's have like global open. So that way, because I have to have that open or else it's not going to do anything. Okay, and then we actually, let's not even bother with Godot if Godot's not going to behave right. The tool for making video games, we'll use a text editor. We don't need this. Okay, tools, scripts, scene import chunk. So if mesh n var m equals n as mesh instance 3D. We can go through this. Let's see. Actually, let's just do if match and remove. That way we can like there we go. And actually, we don't even need this. Oh, if n is mesh instance. Match remove, and then so function match and remove n node s string bool if match n remove n as return true, else return false. 3 billion euros? Wow. Yeah, I can imagine it'd be extremely disruptive if like a huge area of power is out. Okay, if match and remove and high res. So what was it? It was like m dot visibility begin or something like that. Hang on. Godot visibility begin. Visibility ranges. So along with mesh level of detail and occlusion culling, visibility ranges are another tool to improve performance. So how to set up mesh LOD, how to measure LOD effectiveness. If you need to manually configure level of detail with artist creative meshes, use visibility ranges instead of automatic mesh LOD. Okay, I guess I can just set that up. So however, mesh LOD generation does not automatically happen for imported 3D meshes, but it does for 3D scenes. Okay. To make an OBJ do that, you do that. The nose AABB that is closest to the camera is used. That makes sense. If you're noticing incorrect LOD, okay, that all seems fine. Oh wait, no, but I haven't actually seen the, okay. So how are HLODs done? Hierarchical nature. A single larger mesh can replace several smaller meshes. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so set the first mesh's range end and end margin to 10. Begin and begin margin. Visibility range end equals 50 point, or like, and then m dot visibility range end margin equals 1. And we have a very similar thing here for low res, except this will be begin. Okay, let's see if Godot will behave itself this time. Because now all I need to do, for at least some simple, simple stuff. Well, I should figure out what I want these numbers to actually be. Because it should be like on a 19, or like on a 1080p monitor. Okay. Oh. 3D. It feels like it's going to crash again. I already sense it. But okay, now we can generate a barrier. And another barrier. And actually, I'm curious what happens if it's, whatever. But okay. And then we see it swaps out for the low-res version at some point. You can see it go right there. Very small. But that's the point. But I think this should actually be closer to, well, it depends on what we're actually changing. So I feel like I need to have a setting for the visibility mesh. But I don't think I'm able to do that. So yeah, I'll ignore that for now. We'll just have this low-res, high-res stuff. So let's do also if n is mesh instance 3D, if n is array mesh, we will hash the mesh and then see if it's in here and then do that. And now let's shuffle my music and get some new stuff in here. Let's do this one. Okay. So yeah, now I need to decide like when things are visible and invisible. But for now, I'll just accept it as it is. And also that probably means that I should have the generate LODs off for these. Because I already had my distance visible, which now I don't need. Well, I actually do kind of need it for some things, probably. But okay, now I have a system where I can replace a mesh with a low-res mesh, and it doesn't work as well as Godot's automatic LODs, because it's not based on, like, the size of the object. But at the very least, it seems pretty subtle. Especially since all it's doing right now is unbeveling the object. Will I turn off different? I mean, that's the plan that it... Well, I guess it's... I guess I wonder if you're asking about the, turning off the low-res mesh. Because the high-res mesh does get turned off at 50 meters now. And the collision is based on the low-res. Which, admittedly, I still feel like this didn't normally happen. But I guess it did. Because we can see here, it doesn't happen quite as much, but it still happens pretty obviously. I think the real answer here is to just make the player's collision mesh smaller. Or thinner, or whatever I want to do with it. Or add, like, some other thing. Who knows? But okay, let's also go... Now we have a system in place. So let's append the other S-body, which I think is... Where is it, actually? What is it going to be called? Hopefully it's like this one. Oh, wait, whoops. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, I don't see. Huh? I think this is the same one. Hang on. Let's just append all of them, actually. Is it... Actually, no. These walls are a different thing. So distant mountains, low-res stuff. Let's just get all of these. Append all of them. Some of them are different. This one. This is the one that I want. The only one we need. Everybody else can go away. So this is now barrier short. And barrier short high res. Low res shape. So ruin small barrier too. So this will also not generate LODs. Actually, can I create... I can't create presets. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait. Actually, I think I can. Okay, actually, hang on. Tools, scripts, chunk. So I think I can set this as default for scene. And I won't set the static body as default, since that's not usually default. Okay. New inherited scene. Entities. Environment. Stone. There we go. And I think... yeah, this is as it will be. And it does the same thing. So it's all perfect. And then, Sirdi. Okay, so now the main thing to do will be to swap out. If we go back to Crab Hill Farms, we need to batch rename these guys. So I think these ones... see if I can just rename the things that are selected. So isn't that like rename selected, find, what do we find? Hang on. Where are we? Orchard? Malls? Okay. Shift F... oh wait, whoops. Right, it's Control F2. What am I looking for? Modeling? 3D viewport, there we go. Control F2. Find and replace old barrier S body. And this will now be stone, $, ruin small barrier 2. And also I keep forgetting that I can't have like underscores in the numbers because of the way that I've like set this up. Okay. And then the rest of these need to be ruined small barrier 1. Where are the rest of these? Oh, I see. Okay. I forgot these little ones. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing, but for everybody, and we're going to just replace it with 1. And so now, they should all behave on the same rules. Admittedly, now I feel bad for yelling at a chat member yesterday for telling me to do this. Basically, to manually create these LODs by unbeveling the mesh. But, well, it's still a lot of unnecessary work. It's just now I've decided I'm going to do it. But they should still be blamed for making me do it. Oh. Oh, right, the meshes. I moved these ones up higher. Yeah, so now I think I need to, how am I going to fix this, actually? I basically recentered all of these, so the real answer here is that I have to link the objects to the correct ones, which means that all of this, like, actually, let's just delete this whole thing. Delete the whole hierarchy. Well, how do I want to do this? Because I put kind of an embarrassing amount of work into making these actually, like, align with the wall. Ah, well. Because basically what I need is environment, stone, ruins, small barrier, whatever it is. So this will just be stone, ruin, small barrier, 1. And then we just link the other one. And then we do like Alt-D and we just go through it. Yeah, let's at least get these like going all the way over here for a start. Okay, I think these are still properly aligned, which is good. And also we can see the lovely like yellow in here, which is our ambient occlusion actually. Actually, is this... oh yeah, okay. I was like, is this the thing that's like in this scene or is it like part of a different scene? So is this... this isn't quite right. Let's make it ever so slightly inward. So that way... there we go. We need to make sure that these are not quite perfect. Yeah, now we have a much more robust system, and we have tiny little itty bitty props that we can use. And hopefully these are still like lined up in the correct places. Okay, so this thing has been here for centuries. So now we need to figure out if this even looks good. But I suppose the nice part about this is that now I don't have to worry about, like, if I reorganize this scene, none of these will be broken, which was an issue before. Because, yeah, now they're all, like, attached firmly. I think what I want here is these to move a little bit further this way. I think it's not quite lined up how I want it to be. I'd like these to open up a bit as well. But okay, I think that's about like I want it to be. And then I want a few just rocks, or a few of these like just scattered around. Now I'm thinking, why am I putting these in Blender anyway? Like, what do I gain from doing this all in Blender? But oh well. Put some more around here. As if there were things that were like holding these together. Or, you know, like lots. I could, but these are actually deliberate. Or these are going to be intentional. But I do have things for randomly placing props in Godot. Especially grass. Yeah, let's have this be about there. Actually, do I want this to be... I guess it's fine. Yeah, let's see what the grass... No, what am I looking for? Farms. Let's see how the farms look now. The fence posts will be in different places. Yeah, they're about right. We see grass overgrowing this side, but I don't mind that, actually. Oh, wait, but I see that some of these aren't actually properly set up. Yeah, some of these are, Oh... Run small barrier. Ruin. Small. There we go. Okay, and this is almost in exactly the same spot it was, because I liked it there. Well, actually, is this... Ah, well. Trying to think what I want from all this. Yeah, I think eventually I might make that farther, but I'll leave it as it is for now. Because I can see them popping in ever so slightly. But okay, I gotta get out of this farm. And what better way to get out of this farm than to make the walls of the farm? Because I think, well, I think I should decide, is this good enough? Is this wall good enough? Actually, I just realized it's not, because there's actually problems like with the collision on this, because the triangle meshes are broken. Because I'm pretty sure in this area, yeah, ghost collisions. Specifically in like corners and on like in like little gaps between things, there's just weird places where Jackie thinks she's supposed to climb. Is it specifically? Yeah, it's specifically corners of large triangle meshes and the like gaps or like narrow spaces between walls. But okay, for now we'll ignore that. And I'll figure out another, or I'll try to imagine, what do I want for these walls? Like, what if we just did, what if we go to paint? Oh. And you can see my lovely yellow border that's always on the screen. So, I'm thinking something like this. This could just be its own little triangle mesh collider. Or we have it come down like this. It was just a nice little archway. And I'm imagining maybe we have the, like, rocks here. So we have those very flat brick-like rocks. How did I make the tree jiggle? There's a little shader. So if we go to leaves, they basically just have some movement over time. And that should just be... So what is movement amount? Oh, that's a number. Yeah, so it just does a sine and cosine. So they're just moving in circles over some period of time. And that time varies based on like where they are in the world. Let's see, do I want the wall to come up further? So I think for all of the walls in this area, I might do like 2 materials. Yeah, I'd basically just have to... I actually have a global uniform for the player's position. I would just have to basically figure out where the player is relative to the vector and then push it. In fact, I could do that soon. I'll do that. Okay, I think we need at least a couple different sizes of wall segment. Alright, I thought this was like a UI on top of the thing. Oh yeah, I need to fix that. Oh wait, that's in bug, so I don't need to worry about it yet. Yeah, I'm not sure what this top material is going to be. It could be like something modern, it could be something older, and then I'm imagining just having kind of the brick texture, or like rock and brick here. As you do. So I guess I can just go to Blender and see what I see. Wait, why? 5. So if we have the wall be 1 meter wide, what would I actually want for this? I think we do extrude faces 0.2. Oh wait, no. Extrude faces around normals 0.2. And then we would have this be a separate mesh. And what I want to do bevels here. So if we did smooth, and then we did smooth, there we go. Generate bevel. Oh wait, I see, okay. Do I see actually? I think I see. I'd do that. Does this do, like, anything, actually? So if this is, like, wall 1, and this could be, like, high res. So then we'd have, like, what would we have? Shift D. Wall 1 low res. That would just not have this. And then... oh wait, no. We duplicate this again. Separate by loose parts. These are now going to be wall 1 shape delete. Okay, so now environment stone. Let's just call it wall 1. Data placeholder. And the way this will work is now, if we have, I know. If match delete node.queue_free for C and so like if match C delete new node dot move. Do we actually need to do this? I think I might. Yeah, I think I do need to do this. Yeah, okay. This makes sense now. And then I can go to wall 1. So does this have all of our default stuff? No, it doesn't. What was even the point of letting me set the defaults? Scene import chunk. And this will be static body. Wait, what is wall 1 that already exists? Oh. We don't need this. Yeah, we're gonna have, like, better walls. Wait. For whom is this? For whom does the bell toll? Oh, thank you, Godot, or Blender, whatever this is. And I thought I was the right place. Okay, so this thing should also not generate LODs. Okay, so let's see if this works. Okay, it seems like it does. So now we generated 2 collision meshes, convex, beautiful. And for now, we'll have a wall, no, brick. What materials do we even have? Human skin for one of these. Now, what do I actually want? I think brick somewhere. Brick on the top, old brick on the bottom. Doesn't really make sense, actually. So this is the bottom material. This is the top material. For now, I'll do this. Basically, eventually what it should be is this should be a cruder material, I think. Okay, let's see this in action. Did I name it wrong? Why does it name them this way? Ceaseless contempt for human life. I named it Wall 1 because I wanted it to be called Wall 1, not Wall_1. But okay. So the main things that I'm noticing, the wall is too small. Yeah, now we have all sorts of very powerful importing hints that I can use. Yeah, so I think... Oh. Do I care that it becomes low res? Or do I care that it becomes low res so soon, I should say? Because I think the big thing is the shading. Actually, I can just fix that, I just realized, by making it flat shading. I mean, admittedly, then we sort of lose some of the benefits of the thing, but flat. So, like, we can go to these. We can make this one, for example, or this one, flat. And then it should be much more subtle, because now the only thing that changes is the actual bevel itself, not the lighting too much. Or it'll still do a little bit, but... It's like, let's look at that. So now, you can see when it comes in. So there is definitely... So now it's sort of the opposite, where instead of the shading getting way too soft, it gets a little too hard. But... well, it looks pretty bad, admittedly. What we'd really need is to figure out some other way of doing that better. Because, yeah, they get very flat. You know, I think I actually preferred the smooth shading. And also, I should figure out, do I want to make the walls taller, or do I want to make them like this tall? Like, is this good enough? Or do I want them to be this height? Because I just kind of decided on this arbitrarily. I think it should be at least high enough that you can't just, like, jump over the thing. Yuck. The main unfortunate thing now is the fact that every time I do this... how am I going to make it so that I can just get the thing to do the thing that I want? Oh yeah, also, is this using the right material on the top? Because I'm thinking... if I select the vertices that are here and then duplicate them, like, I'm trying to figure out a way of making this, like, really easy to generate. Let's try duplicating a mesh and then removing modifiers from it. So, like, Blender, Python, duplicate mesh. Because that way I don't have to do that. This might be something where I just want to use Chat GPT, because it honestly is very good at figuring out Blender scripting. Because, like, there's so much shit in here. And I don't know what any of it does. And there's so many things that I have to look at. You know what? We're gonna get Bing chilling in here. I forget if it, like gets my full, like, government name in here. It does. Ooh. Okay. Let's just say in Blender Python. How would I duplicate a mesh? Mesh and remove all modifiers from the copy. Okay. So what ChatGPT suggests is to import bpy. The original is the active object, and then if the original and original type equals mesh, we do ops duplicate, and then the duplicate equals the new active object. And then we clear the modifiers. Okay, does this actually work? Oh wait, also I need to replace the name of the object. Can I do like duplicate.name equals? Because I'm thinking like dash high res dash low res. So this should be like low res.py. It almost worked, except for the fact that it did not replace the high res with low res. Oh wait, do I need to do like duplicate? So if we delete this, run this again. Okay. So now all we need to do is we need to delete, I'd say .substring -4. How does Python's substring work? Okay, is there just like a reference? Like, I don't want like baby's first article. I want like just the function. All right. Oh, you use slices, okay. So :-4, I'm pretty sure that's what we need. Because we'll basically be replacing these 4 little bits. Okay, there we go. We remove the number, and then we add the high res. Does that mean, though, that if we try this again... Oh, nice, okay. Oh, whoops. So it actually correctly, like, so if we move this, and then move, like, this one, if we create another low res of this, okay, it renames it with the O2. I've had it in the past where it'll actually like rename every single other entity rather than the one that we want. Okay, so that gets us that. And then the other question is, how do I decompose it? Because I want convex decomposition. And also, let's save this then. Oh, wait, text, save. So this is going to be an assets. Where do I put these actually? I guess just like make lowres.py. So we'll rename this to make lowres.py. And then I should check. So if an object has custom properties, well, what am I trying to do now? So the main problem that I'm gonna see here is what do I want now? Because this saves a smidge of time, but the real thing that I want to save is generating this. So if we did like if we basically we need to get this edge, then like separate the object and then split it by loose parts, and then rename each of those to have dash shape dash del at the end. But we need to do that specifically to the lowret or to the duplicate. So we do that, and then we can do so bpy.opt.object.duplicate. So then we do like a generate collisions. And so this will be how do we count the number of materials on an object? Let's ask ChatGPT. So how would I how would I get the materials of the object? Data.materials. Okay, so it should just be object.data.materials. So like mats, or mat count equals duplicate data materials. I think just len. And then like if len, actually let's just do like dup2 equals context active object. Let's just say by Bing shilling. Okay. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say dup2.name equals dup2. Let's do an f string here of dup2 mat count, or like this. Okay, so we get the number of materials. So let's do like if mat count equals 1, then we actually just have actually we don't even need to have this then. if mat count is actually less than or equal to 1, we just have duplicate dot name plus equals dash shape else. So we're going to split by materials. Well, I'm thinking, how many times is this actually going to work? I guess. Then loose parts. How would I do that? I would do basically, we would like select for a material, select this, and then we would go into here and split by loose parts, I think. What I might do is just make it so that if it's too complicated, we do a collision shape. We do dash col, but do I want to trust that? Okay, so we can duplicate the thing again. Oh, wait. We need mat count to be equal to the length of the duplicate data materials. And then we can do this. Otherwise, we do this. And then what we need to do is for I in range 0 to mat count pass for now. So let's say for a mesh with multiple materials, how do I split the material? First, select faces by material, split those faces into a separate mesh. Then split those and finally add the suffix shape to all of them. Okay, Bing has provided an answer. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I'm going to make this into a function. So def, I think do I have to define it first? I don't actually know if Python is order sensitive like that. Let's just say def split and rename. So there's a lot of stuff that it's doing here that we're not going to really need. In fact, the main thing that we're going to need is to... let's have the object here. So it'll be basically split and rename dupe2. Okay, so let's read through this. So if object and object type equals mesh, don't need that, because we already know that. And then, so edit equals select, action equals deselect, good. Materials equals object.data.materials, and we know that that's true, so we don't need that. For the mat index mat, enumerate materials. So we're already in edit mode. So we don't need this again, I don't think. I'll keep it though. Just in case I'm like wrong on something. Oh wait, yeah. We do need it. Wait, do we? Oh yeah, we do a bunch of things. But okay. For poly and object.data.polygons, poly select equals true. This makes sense. In fact, do we need this at all? I don't think we do. In fact, can't we just do in range 0 len materials? Like, actually, how does Python's range function work? Isn't it like x range actually? No, okay, it is just range. Okay, so we just do this. Unless ChatGPT knows something that I don't, but I don't think it does here. Separate selected faces, so mesh type separate, good. So then we go to object mode. We select the previous object, get the newly created object last in the collection. Okay, that makes sense. Split the object by loose parts. Okay, so I think the main thing is I don't think we actually select the this object again, because we need to then go back to this object. So I think what I'm going to do is bpy ops.object.select all action equals deselect. So like set mode. So we go back to mode set. So we're now in object mode, edit loose object. Okay, then we go back to here. And then we go to here. And I think what we can do here is we can do -4. So we'll remove that suffix again. And we don't need this. So then we need to like select the objects again. So let's ask Bing. How do I select an object? Through Python, once I have it. Okay, it's just obj.select set true. There we go. In fact, we don't even need to assume. We can just do this here. Object select set true at the top of the loop, because we don't even need to worry about stuff otherwise. So yeah, we go into edit. Oh wait, we should probably have this up here as well. Actually, do we need that up here? I don't think we need this yet. Yeah, okay, I see. We already know the object's materials as well. Actually, we can just put that... I don't care. So now we need this. Basically, we select the object. So yeah, ops object select all, we deselect. Then we select our object in question. Then we go to edit. We deselect all of the vertices. We go back into object mode. I don't think we go back into object mode here. I think we do that later. And that means we don't need this here. And that means, okay. I think this is now what I want. So now, what happens? Boom. Almost. What was the error? Trace back, split end rename, call, op call, nothing selected. Line 62 in line 25. Oh, okay. So mesh.separate type equals selected. Okay, so I think I might have been wrong with this. Maybe it was actually let's not question being on that. Oh wait. Because yeah, we get to the duplication at least. So runtime error, nothing selected. You know, what if this is necessary? To go to object mode and then go back to edit mode, even though that makes no sense. No, I don't think that's true. Oh wait, hang on. We're getting a different error. Line 66. Only strings are allowed as keys of ID properties. Oh wait, no, 45. String.name plus dash shape. Oh wait, hang on. Wait, why is it here? Did I put this in the wrong place? Okay, yeah, so you can only select faces in object mode, which is interesting. Wait, hang on, what am I doing? There we go. Try this again. It's close. It's very close. You can see. So we get low res dash shape. So what exactly is going wrong then? Because it doesn't need to create 3 shapes here. Yeah, because this one has nothing in it actually. Huh. So we're very close now. And then the next thing would be to make it so that it only deletes bevel modifiers and not other modifiers like mirroring and stuff, which are important. And the next thing would be to have some better way of determining what objects are and aren't like convex. Or what, yeah. So this will save me a whopping 5 minutes over the course of the next 6 years. Once I figure out how it's done. So let's first of all ignore the let's do this. Actually, what if we just call this like obj.shape? So that way I can just see what's being created, and we're not going to do the loose parts thing yet. We're just gonna do it like this. So we're just gonna do so we have 3 objects still. I guess what we can do is we can just delete the last object. So like we just do this one last time. So how do we delete an object? It'd probably be, presumably it'd be bpi.ops.object.delete. Maybe? Oh, wait. Run. Oh, wait. Let's call it like this, obj shape. Hey, look at that. Now they exist. Now we got two things. We got this shape. Beautiful. We got this shape. Beautiful. And so now I have like a system that I can use to make things. Admittedly, I could do it better. I think the next thing that I would try is I would try marking faces or marking edges using like a vertex group or something. Or marking edge loops. And then like selecting those edges and like doing that stuff. But okay, now we have this. Oh wait, but it needs to be dash shape dash delete. And we can also have like var m, or no, m equals 0, m plus equals 1. And that way, oh wait, gotta do this. Boom. We have obj1, obj3. I don't know why it goes from 1 to 3. That's a mystery, but I'll ignore it. Because now we have all of our beautiful things that we need to export as it should be. Oh wait, wrong thing. And the wall is slightly taller. But if we go into here, we got wall and we got wall. Actually, what do these look like here? Oh yeah. So now they're all beautiful. Oh yeah, this one. Only visible there. You fool. But okay, and then we have that, and then we can do like here, we can have it in the hard group, and we can have it there. And then eventually I can even make it like look good and work well. Because yeah, not a lot of progress. But I think one thing that I'm going to do today as my last act. Oh, I need that. Project settings. I want to have the player's last position. No, I know. Save data. No, game state. We are going to make the version 34, because we're no longer going to save the player's checkpoint there. We're going to save it somewhere else. Global TSCN. Checkpoint. Save checkpoint. So yeah, this dot set stat player checkpoints position. Okay. Yeah, the main issue is that wherever the player goes, or wherever, well, because Godot is dynamically typed, or GD script, I now have to go through like checkpoint position manually. Yeah, so this should actually be global. What is this? So var r equals this. Oh. Okay, we should do like last position maybe. Or we should do global dot stat player checkpoint, or like last position. Yeah, no, this makes sense. Okay. As transform 3D. Then like, if not t, return, else. Or we do this, and then this is going to be t.origin, t.origin.y plus equals 1, and then global set stat player checkpoint t. In fact, we don't even need this. So basically, if we got crushed to death within 1 meter of where we spawned, we have to move our spawn up, or that's like the workaround to prevent the player from getting soft locked by like spawning in something. And then checkpoint position here, we need to just do this when we respawn. Yeah, this should be here. This should be global.stat player checkpoint. Set saves transform player checkpoint. And then global set stat player. Actually, let's just save last position, or like set like player save player position transform, or global transform. And actually, let's do like var t equals global dot var t transform 3D if global has stat player position t equals global dot stat player position as transform 3D, else t equals global stat player checkpoint. Do I have paste copied? Oh, we don't even need that. Okay, and then we set player transform to t, and then our outfit is the player slash outfit, actually. Player slash sleeping, player slash energy. We're going to add a bunch of slashes to our things. On player slash equipped item. Let's say like player slash item. Player. Yeah, I'm just going to do a big refactor of all this while I'm here. Because now, when we exit, it should save the last position. So like, I guess saving here, so like sleep. Can sleep. Save. So a save checkpoint there, that'd be good. Set save to checkpoint, or set save to transform. Call deferred, set save transform. That's all fine. On saved, save transform. Dialog exit. So if standing on ground in this when blah and blah. Save game. Is there any other place where we save, where we're not saving our checkpoint? What happens when we quit? Oh wait, actually I should have like committed my stuff first. Okay, new wall. Also, I smell that YouTube is not respecting my time and not letting me listen to my music. Also, let's save the assets as well. Git status. Git commit, or git add dot, git commit m. New wall. I want to keep going, but I need to use the bathroom, so I'll just do it off stream. So I'll be back tomorrow with more stuff. See you later.